Morning, everybody, being 9:33. Before we open up our public hearings, can everybody rise for the pledge, please? Thank you. We're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 370 FN relative to aftermarket window tinting on motor vehicles for drivers with medical conditions. Chair recognizes Representative Yokela, the prime sponsor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Representative Yokela from Rockingham 32, Fremont, Danville, and Brentwood. I am introducing HB 730 because the story really starts a few years ago in 2021 when I put in a bill to increase or allow side window tinting on passenger vehicles. And the amendment to that bill in 2021 removed the exemption for, so the bill was amended by this committee, and in that amendment, the exemption for side window tinting was removed. For medical waivers. There is no more medical waivers for side window tinting in our statute. And that was an unfortunate, I don't think it was intended. There was no testimony saying that anything has changed as far as medical necessity for side window tinting. And I also know that last year there was a bill that was kind of stemmed from this lack of side window tinting medical waiver that adjusted the windshield medical waiver aspect. And there once again was little fanfare and no discussion about whether or not it was appropriate to have the window tinting for the medical waivers and if medical waivers were of value. Right now, the only medical waiver allowed is for 70%, which is on windshield. And that erosion of these medical waivers has essentially, it's come back, and many people have reached out to me and said, you know, I have had a medical waiver and my car tinted for many years, and now I'm no longer able to have the window tinting because it's just not allowed under our current law. And so I believe that this was an unintended consequence. And so what I'm trying to do with this bill is to remedy that by putting back in the language of 26658-A, Roman 3-A, that you are allowed to have an exemption for windows of the left and right side of the driver. And I'm also kind of changing the process for getting that. And right now you have to request it from the commissioner, and they may or may not grant it depending on essentially what they see is if it qualifies based on it's unknown, whatever the requirements or status that they're going by, even though your doctor may say that it's required. And so what I am proposing in this bill is that that a practitioner that you have a relationship with can just attest that you have medical conditions which window tinting would reduce the severity of or would Yes. So you've been diagnosed or take medications that cause a condition which tinted windows would reduce the severity of. And then from the commissioner's standpoint, they're just going to trust the doctor unless they believe that the doctor may be acting in bad faith. And then they might forward those letters on to their regulating agency if the doctor is doing something suspicious. And instead of right now, they have like a power to convene a whole kind of committee as far to decide whether or not it's appropriate. And I think that's, if the doctor says, we don't question if the doctor writes a prescription for Xanax or whatever, we don't ask that whether or not that's appropriate unless it's egregious. And then we would go to the go to their regulatory agency and say, hey, this person is acting in bad faith. I think that should be the same, process essentially for this medical tinting. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple quick ones. So you're fine with the current statute, the way it reads in regards to the windshields? Because this just refers to side, left and right of the operator.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I'm not, I am saying that it's going back to 30. So on line 24 to 25, I'm saying that if the doctor allows the 35%, if they say that you need tinting, then you can go up to the 35%, just like you were in the previous, decades before last year, or in 2021. So yeah, it is essentially reverts to the same practice for medical waivers that we had in 2021 and before.
Which, okay, would allow up to 35% on the windshield as well with the waiver. One other quick question for you. I got an email from, I believe it was an optometrist who had no issues with the bill, the way it was, what it was attempting, but mentioned that photophobia might be a little bit too general a term.
Thank you for the question. So I actually reached out to so one of the things that previously was an issue is that you only, it was construed, the language was construed to only allow doctors to say that you need medical tinting, but if you may be seeing, primary care provider that is registered nurse or some other doctor that may not be actually of an MD. And so I pretty much widen this to saying any medical practitioner that has a relationship with the patient. And so currently I talked to my eye doctor. They wanted that language changed because they would be able to then do this, which they weren't previously allowed to. And they, I had my eye doctor look at all of these, actually, he was the one that suggested them to me for the most part, but then they, striking any language since it says, but not limited to, if you feel like you want to strike photophobia, I don't have a problem because it's technically not limited to photophobia. If the practitioner believes that the photophobia meets the statement that they have to sign, then it would still be allowed, even though it's not specifically delimited in the list.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have 2 or 3 questions, but I'll ask one at a time. The first part is on that line 24. I'm trying to make sure I understand it correctly. Does this mean you can tint the windows up to 65% to allow 35% transparency?
Yes. When you say light transmittance, then you're talking about how much light is actually going through the glass. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. what happens when, if a police officer, well, it's probably maybe for another person, but have you thought about if a police officer pulled someone over that's driving that person's car that doesn't have the condition? I mean, are they going to have a medical card on them saying they have a condition?
Thank you for the question. So there is, as you see on line 15 to 16, the commissioner actually issues a special permit, and the conditions for the officer, I'm just changing the conditions to the same conditions they were in 2021. So it's no more dangerous or harmful to any officer, or they need any less training. Also, New Hampshire and the other states around it also have tinting not for medical reasons for down to this level. And so they're traveling into New Hampshire, and police officers are already still having to deal with that issue, whether or not this is, we're allowing, people with medical conditions to be able to utilize this. So thank you for the question.
Technically, because we've had this conversation before, you are correct in your suspicion that somebody without the medical condition themselves is not supposed to be driving the car with the tint that's accepted. So one more follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last one. Is there an issue? Why can't these people? I know my mother had sensitivity to light, and she wore sunglasses. Why can't that continue forward during using a vehicle?
Thank you for the question. I don't believe that that sunglasses treat every condition listed, and I'm not sure that they would be appropriate in every situation. And I'm not really here, I guess, with the intent to resell you on the state of the law that it was 2 years ago. It was the law, and we didn't have really any testimony that it needed to change. And I believe that it was an unintentional change and not like something that went through rigorous process that we needed to, medical people coming and saying this was no longer needed and we should reduce it. That was not my understanding of the testimony. And so I believe that it was unintended and not, so I don't want to say that I'm the, medical professional that said that this is the best solution. So.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else okay. Chair recognizes Lieutenant O'Leary from the Department of Safety.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I just wanted to speak briefly on part of this. So the medical waiver, going back to the way that it was previously, we have no issue with. This has been back and forth, as we know. We're good with the way that part's written. My only concern, and it's only because I'm not sure what this new process would look like. Excuse me. Lines 25 and 26 that speak to the commissioner forwarding any sworn statements to the licensing agency for the practitioner to review suspicious waiver submissions. So the way that it works currently in the law, the commissioner is allowed to seek the advice of the medical review board in order to determine if a person, is eligible for such a waiver. This new wording would remove that ability and rely solely on the licensing agency to then review it. The process works right now with an application, the application being made to the DMV. If there's fraudulent information on that application, or if somebody is attempting to obtain one of these waivers fraudulently, the application process allows for denial. It allows for the petitioner for a hearing. It allows for state police to be involved in a criminal investigation. That's the way the process currently works. My concern with the new wording, it would remove that and rely solely on a letter from a doctor, and now widening up the the people that could provide that. And I understand the concerns on adding the optometrist and the ophthalmologist, and totally understand all that part of it. But the addition of any other medical practitioner then opens up the door to my podiatrist writing a letter for me. And now, without the commissioner having the ability to seek the advice of a medical board, there's not a process in place essentially to protect the DMV in that area. So for those reasons, I would ask that you just consider that part of it. However, we do support the 35% on the medical waiver. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Yep, thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lieutenant, for taking my question. The language in the proposed bill says that the commissioner shall issue a medical waiver. Is that the same language as the old version? It seems to me that that preempts any possibility to take a look at each individual statement as it arrives on his desk, his or her desk.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Sykes. Yes, it currently says that the commissioner may waive the requirements. So they have the ability, he does have the ability to deny it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Having no one else signed up to speak on House Bill 370, I'm going to close the public hearing. Next up, we have at 10 o'clock, House Bill 537. Okay, being 10:02, we're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 537 FN, permitting vehicles to have front windshield tinting. Prime sponsor did reach out to me. Chair recognizes Representative Sellers to introduce the bill. C, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Representative Alvin C. I represent Merrimack County District 26. House Bill 537 is a bill that removes the prohibition of front windshield tinted glass.
Thank you, sir. Did anybody have any questions? Or was it just, it's a courtesy introduction, correct?
Courtesy introduction
Thank you.
for Representative Howell.
Yep. Thank you. Next up, Chair recognizes Dan Weed, Representative, I'm assuming the tinting industry, who is opposed to the bill.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Dan Weed. I represent Weed Family Automotive and the inspection industry, not so much the tinting industry. I'd like to start out by saying that for the inspection industry, the window tint laws are about as clear as 35% light transmittance. The bill as it has presented is questionable as to whether the sponsors have done their due diligence and researched the industry standards at this point, such as the FMVSS standard number 205 relating to federal window tint, and failed to talk with industry participants to truly understand what is being proposed. The FMVSS standard number 205 relating to window tint already requires a 70% light transmittance. I'd like to know how the sponsor proposes getting new vehicle manufacturers to adopt 90% light transmittance only on vehicles sold in New Hampshire so they will pass our inspection standards. Does the sponsor understand that if this bill passes as written, it will cost the average motorist a minimum of $1,000 or more to retrofit their existing vehicles to comply with a 90% light transmittance? Does the sponsor realize at this point that every vehicle, new or used, currently being sold in the state of New Hampshire would not pass inspection if the bill is passed as written? I want you to consider that allowing front windshield tint may also prevent a vehicle operator from being able to see sufficiently at night. Allowing a 35% light transmittance is like wearing your darkest sunglasses at night. So how is that going to enable somebody with already compromised vision to be able to see at night? As I said, can you possibly see with 35% tint on your windshield that pedestrian in dark clothing walking down the road? If you're in the North Country, are you going to be able to see that moose crossing the road, walking down the road with 35% tint on your windshield? And again, 90% light transmittance makes every vehicle on the road today that you drove in violation of a state inspection standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just so we're clear, what is the light transmittance now for new vehicles that are sold in New Hampshire?
It is currently 70%, and that is a federal standard.
So it's 30 follow up. Thank you. So that means that it's 30% is allowed to be blocked, or is it automatically coming in that way?
It's automatically coming in that way.
Okay.
So just for reference, if you look out the window behind you, that is 30% light transmittance.
Thank you. One quick last one.
Yep, follow up.
Is that done by film, or is that done? And is there any blockage for UVA, UVB with any of that light transference?
So this is built into the glass that is currently in the cars now. So what we consider clear glass on any given car right now is actually measured at 30% light transmittance with UV blocking built in.
It is built in.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make clear, he's not mentioning in this bill 537 anything about 65% light blockage, just so you're aware, right?
Correct.
All right, so he's saying 90, you're saying it automatically comes in at 70, automatically. I never even knew that. So I'm just wondering if he's saying, can we add 10% more?
So, and this is part of the confusion that industry struggles with. If we say 90% light transmittance, it's actually reverses 10% blockage of light, sunlight transmittal. So I think what he was trying to get at was he wants to go as dark as, 10% transmittance, which is lower than the 35% standard we already have adopted for window tint. So if you can imagine 90% of the light being blocked is I think where he was trying to go with this. But again, that's darker than what we allow now.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Coker?
So just to clarify on this, thank you for taking the question. So basically the way that this, just so I make sure I understand it, this bill is saying anything that has less than 90% visible light transmit, that right now we can go, it's legal to go to 35% basically, or?
It's, yes, so
Yeah.
what they're at 90%, you're lessening what's already out there now. So we currently have an industry standard
Yep.
set by the feds of 70%. So he wants to take that, the way this is written and presented, and make it 90%. We would be the only state in the country requiring 90% in our glass.
Okay, so this is actually restricting it further.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not saying it's not confusing, but can you show me where it talks about the factory windows following NHTSA codes? Because everything I read in here talks about aftermarket tinting.
Sure. So in the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard number 205, and I have a piece of it here, it talks about glazing and materials. Standard number 205 requires 70% light transmittance in all windows in passenger vehicles. Multi-purpose passenger vehicles, motorhomes, and trucks are required to have 70% light transmittance in the windows and windshield and windows to the immediate right and left of the driver.
Okay, I'm still missing where it singles that out, but one last question for me. Isn't 90% light transmittance more than 70%?
It is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually kind of following up on your question, sir. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank
On the factory, not the aftermarket, but the factory, like I have factory tinting on my car. And to tell you the truth, I don't know what it is, but there's a darker shade on the top and it gets lighter as it goes down. What is the standard for that? Is it?
So what you're talking about is on your windshield, you have the blue shading on the top, if you will, or
Correct, sir.
tan shading, and then it gets down to what we consider clear glass below it.
Exactly.
All right, which is fully accepted in the current law, says that you can have up to 6 inches of the top of the windshield tinted to 35%.
35? Thank you.
Representative St. Clair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to admit, I've understood all these, the way all this is explained, percentage-wise. I just would like to know, if this bill was to pass, and I'm facing in traffic a car that has this, if this bill passed, what would I see looking into that car? Would I see the driver? Would I see anything?
Well, yeah, so, and this is where the confusion comes in. So the way this bill is currently written, it's changing the standard from 70% light transmissions, which, if you really look at it, is almost clear glass, to a lesser standard of 90%, which is you take away the UV blockage, UV protection, and stuff like that that's built into the glass. So our standard, what you would consider clear glass, actually blocks about 30% of the light coming into it.
Well, my question is, would I be able to see the driver in that vehicle
Yes.
facing him if this bill passed?
Yes, at 90%, yes, you would be able to see it. If it was written the way I believe it was intended to say 10% light transmittance, then no, you wouldn't see the driver.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't know if that's how it was supposed to be written. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still very confused because, and I think a lot of us are here now, because you said the very top 6 inches is 35%,
Yep,
right? But then you're saying the windshield's already at 30%
correct.
factory, out of the factory. So
Yes.
I just never seen that before. But so that 35% on the top, that's an additional tinting to the 30%.
Right, but you can only have a maximum. So if you currently have 30% from the factory, you could only add a 5% tint to maximize that 35 on top of it.
This is one of those examples you haven't lived until you've dealt with a window tinting bill and because it gets confusing between transmittance and emittance. So, right. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing me.
Do you have any written testimony? Doesn't look like. Chair recognizes Lieutenant O'Leary from the Department of Safety, opposed to the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
could you ask for written testimony?
Could you provide the committee with some written testimony? Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You ready to make it even more convoluted? I'm actually just going to try to clarify it a little bit more for you. So I'll give it my best shot. I did bring some examples because that's how I work here. So when we talk about the standard of light transmitted, it's the percentage of light that's allowed to come through the window. So this example that I'll pass around so you could get a better glimpse of it if you're good with that. This example, which is almost clear, is 28%. I'm sorry. Yeah, let me start off wrong. This one right here is 78%. So your car windshield is around this clarity. It allows approximately 70 to 78% light through, kind of like this, right? This next one that I'll pass around is 28%. So when you think of your 35% tint, the medical waiver we talked about just prior to this bill, it's darker than this. This is 28% light transmittance. So, Representative Jones, to answer your question earlier, that top sun strip is approximately 35%, where the remainder of your windshield would be 70%. So the only reason why we really oppose this bill is because it's asking to make the windshield lighter than what it currently is. So currently with the pigments and everything that are inside, when that windshield is manufactured, it's at 70%. If you pass this law, it'll be required that it's lighter than that. It would be 90%. And this is very difficult because for a number of years, we always thought the opposite way of the blockage. This now kind of translates that. So, sorry, I see that Representative Hill has a question. That's all I had to offer. Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand your belief of this bill, it would require the windshield to be removed. If this passes, it would require the windshield to be removed and replaced with a windshield that allows clearer glass than what we currently have.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
We can debate that because I still keep seeing aftermarket, which is different. And I know the argument we used to have was for the older vehicles that actually came clear. So we were looking at aftermarket to match the federal standards.
Right.
Do you know of any vehicles now that come from the factory lighter, with less transmittance, more transmittance than 70%?
I would have to say yes, because the vehicles that we tested this morning were 84? So approximately 81%. So it would be more than the 70.
But still
that's-
less than
lighter,
the
I'm
90.
sorry. Yeah, not darker then.
Yeah.
Correct.
So in your knowledge, there are no vehicles that come from the factory anymore with completely clear, with
Correct.
100%
To my knowledge,
transmittance?
that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think that the intent of this bill has been miswritten? And that, I mean, I know we can't speculate what the sponsor intended, but I'm thinking that the sponsor intended it to be flipped and that 90%
Should be blocked.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question, Representative Fox. I can only speculate, as you said. However, that being the case and looking the way that this was written, and the last part of it talks about being able to apply for a medical waiver, again, like we spoke about earlier. So if that were the case, and we were only allowing 10% light transmittance, then the medical waiver would then make it lighter and they would have a 35% light transmittance. So welcome to the world of window tint.
Yeah. To answer your question too, it's been mentioned several times about what the motives of the prime sponsor is. I'm going to do something unusual today. He did reach out to me. When we're done with questions for the lieutenant, I'm going to recess this hearing and give him an opportunity to say what it is, if I can fit it in our schedule for the rest of the day. Any other questions for Lieutenant O'Leary? Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any distinction between aftermarket and factory right now in the current law? Like, is it, or do those, it doesn't matter?
In what way, sir?
So like, if my, if I bought a car that had the 20% restricted, could I add another 10 to 15% on that as long as it doesn't go below the federal standard, the aftermarket, or?
Okay, so
Does that make sense?
I'll try to answer your question. Sorry. So, you cannot have 35% window tint left, right of the driver or windshield unless this other law goes through for your medical waiver. Okay. So you currently can have on the windshield only what is at the time of manufacture, which we've determined is approximately 70%, and left and right of the driver aftermarket, meaning you can apply a film to it up to 70% currently is allowed. Then if your rear windows are whatever they come through manufacturer, which oftentimes is 35% or less, you'll see like in the SUVs with the dark windows, those are acceptable. If they come through clear, you can't then use aftermarket window tint to make it 35%. So I don't know if that answers the question at all, Representative Coker.
Can you repeat the last part of that again in terms of the rear windows?
Yeah, so if you have, typically the way that you would see this is with an SUV, it comes through already with manufactured tinted windows. If for some reason it was not tinted, you are not authorized to then apply aftermarket window tint to make it dark, like 35%.
So we need another bill. Okay. Any other questions from the committee?
I only have these two examples, sir, so I
I
can't.
had, a couple of years ago, I had one with 4, down to 18%, I believe. Did I see another hand? Representative Jones.
Can I just ask you a question? Sometimes my, when I go to the optometrist to order glasses, they'll offer you a tint that says, they don't talk about the sun glare. They said it reduces nighttime road glare.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a whole different science?
I wouldn't be qualified to answer that question, Representative Jones, unfortunately.
Thank you.
It's a unique idea, though. Windshields and side windows that actually darkened and lit, just like glasses.
Yeah.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For me, the best part of having the side windows tinted is the reflection off the rear mirrors when someone's behind me with high beams or whatever. Mm-hmm. Would this help at all if the tinting were darker? Well, I'm kind of thinking this through as I go here. So the window film that's on the windshield now.
Yes, sir.
Are you qualified to know whether the film is what changes the light that comes through the side windows, or is it the actual tint?
That's a good question, Representative Hill. So, to my knowledge, the way that the manufactured windows include a pigment and a dye, so when they make the glass, they actually mix that in, and that's how you get your windows and windshield tinted to the degree that they are. It only allows that allowed amount of light transmittance. When you use the aftermarket window tint, the film, it still allows for that same amount. So it doesn't change the amount of light transmittance. It's just how it's applied.
Thank you. That helps me a lot.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we have a late arrival. Not taking a position on the bill, Director Marasco from the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Committee, John Marasco, Director of the Division of Motor Vehicles, and Registration Supervisor Jeff Oberdank. We support everything that was just testified to by Lieutenant O'Leary and industry. Obviously, replacing the windshield would not be prudent in this case. We just wanted to give you perspective on what we see at the DMV. So in my 11 months there, I can tell you that window tint, I know we've used the word confusing. It is confusing, and not only that, it generates a lot of phone calls from elected officials who are representing their constituents of anything ranging from inspection stations, removing tint for people who had previously medical waivers, to questions, to people just not understanding window tint. So we just bring that to your attention in the hopes that we've heard two bills this morning on window tint that maybe at one point we could, I don't know if a study committee is something that you would want to take a look at, but to really come up with a good solid plan so that something could be pushed out that people actually understand. They understand transmittance and what that means, the 70-30, and people actually can follow the law. Any thoughts you have on that?
I would also echo those thoughts, taking a number of those complaints myself. If the language is confusing for us and we do it every day, I can imagine just how confusing it is for the public when they're deciding to put window tint on one year and then being told they have to take it off the next year and then potentially change out a windshield a third year in a row. I mean, we're looking at 3 years in a row of changing the window tint law. And I think that's creating as much confusion for us who have to manage the program for those who are trying to figure out if they should apply it to their vehicles.
Fair enough, thank you. Any questions from the committee? I think you've given me a plan. Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I think the biggest confusion is the what's blocking and what's letting light through, and so I'm wondering if there is a standard that is used from state to state of does all of the laws deal with the transference, or do they deal with the restriction? That may be part of it, because I've run into people that come from different parts of the country and say, oh no, we have 70, and come to find out they're really talking about 30 when it comes to our laws. So is that part of the problem?
I think that's a great question that answers whether or not we should take a pause and figure that out.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
I have nobody else signed up, but as I said, I'm going to make the rare move of recessing this and giving the prime sponsor an opportunity. If he can't make it, I'll close it later. If I see it's going to disrupt our schedule, I'll close it later. So I'm going to recess the public hearing on House Bill 537. Next up, 10:30, House Bill 356. Being 10:32, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 356 FN relative to the application of motor vehicle laws to bicycles. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Avalani, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Representative Lino Avalani from Carroll County District 4, representing the towns of Brookfield, Effingham, Wakefield, Eaton, and Freedom. I brought this bill on behalf of a constituent who is unable to be here today, so I would ask the committee to ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It does happen from time to time. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What's it? Did you still want to speak to House Bill 356? Chair recognizes Bill Lambert from the Department of Transportation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Lambert, State Traffic Engineer for the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. I submitted written testimony. That's in front of you. I probably should have kept a copy of it for myself, but I can probably summarize a couple points, and the department doesn't have a position on the bill, but a couple points to consider. One would be that the fiscal note that was prepared for this bill was prepared by the judicial branch. Presumably, if you're going to have a bill like this, it's going to be different from other states. You would have to have some signing to let people know. Otherwise, how would they know there's a bill? So the signing cost would be indeterminate because we don't know what the limit would be. And again, a bill that's passed in New Hampshire, if you could teach everybody in New Hampshire that the new law, we get a lot of visitors that a bike go up 93 in a weekend. You'll find any number of vehicles with bikes on them out of state plates. So how would you notify those folks of the law? It would seem to be unfriendly to those visitors that are using New Hampshire's road tour, bike tours. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, my question is with regards to electric bicycles. Any thought about that? I mean, I see those on roadways all the time, and I'm pretty sure they can do 30, maybe 40 miles an hour, unless I'm just misjudging that. But my question is, what do you think about possibly in the future looking at some sort of requirement for those for one mirror?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. I didn't consider that as part of this testimony, but I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago when I was hearing about electric bikes that can do as much as 90. And from my perspective, a bike that can do 90 is a motorcycle. So I would think that they would follow any of the laws applicable to motorcycles. So again, not subject to this bill necessarily, but I would have concerns about some of those electric bikes that are going faster and faster.
Thank you. Kind of off the topic a little bit, but perhaps at some point talking about a license plate registering since they're going that fast on our highways?
Now we're getting way off topic,
I just throw it out there. Thank you.
but a conversation for another day. Any other questions for the director? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Having no one else signed up to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 356. Next up, 11:15. Let's see how much I misjudged this one. I was expecting a room full, actually. 11:15, House Bill 386. Enjoy your free time. Apologize. Actually, the prime sponsor of House Bill 357 said he might be available between 10:15 and 11, so hang tight, and if he's here, maybe we can reopen and then close the public hearing on that one as well. 5:37. Okay, I'm going to reopen, as I mentioned, when the prime sponsor was available. And I knew this was going to happen when I put the schedule in last week. That's why I put in this, I built in this downtime. So I'm going to reopen the public hearing on House Bill 537. Chair recognizes Representative Hole, who is in support of the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members of Transportation. For the record, Representative Hole, serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom. The bill before you was at the request of one of the New Hampshire citizens who, for various reasons, would be difficult to get a medical waiver, but wanted to make sure she could add a ceramic tint to the windshield to allow for dealing with ultraviolet and infrared. And the ceramic tint windshield films don't block as much in the visible spectrum. They're actually designed to deal with the non-visible spectrum. My understanding, I wasn't here for the testimony, that new cars may actually have transmission levels below the 90%. And if that's the case, we should probably tweak the language a little bit. I was looking at some of the maps nationally. I do know that the state of New York allows a 70%, and I believe the state of Pennsylvania as well, a 70% windshield as well as front and driver side and passenger side window, the side windows, transmission rate. Most of the states already allow much darker than that for rear passenger and rear windshield. New Hampshire is pretty restrictive when it comes to even the passenger window, the passenger driver side roll down windows and then the front windshield. So the fact that we're more restrictive than states like New York, I think it's something we should address in law.
We did have a lot of questions on this, so we'll have one more round if you're up for it. Any
Sure.
questions from the committee? Wow.
I have one.
Representative Hill.
I'll start it off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. The ceramic coating that your constituent is looking for.
Right.
What does she do in regular life walking down the street? Does she have specific glasses that cover that concern?
That's a good question. I can ask. I do not know the answer to.
Because it would follow up, please. My question is why she couldn't continue to use whatever she's using in real life while she's driving. Thank you.
Good question. I do know that the purpose of these films is to deal with, right, some of the ceramic for ultraviolet and infrared is to deal with heating of the cars, right? That's the infrared spectrum, and damage to things on the interior, which is the ultraviolet spectrum. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Fox.
There was confusion on the intent as far as the percentage. Was the initial intent for you to block 90%, or was it? And I know that you've clarified the 70% issue with new motor vehicles, but
So my understanding, I spoke with the chairman a little bit during the crafting of the bill, that you don't draft the legislation relative to how much it blocks. You draft legislation to how much it transmits. So it's a visible transmittance number. That's what's used, I believe, U.S. wide. And all the states have adopted that similar visible light transmittance number. And in this case, I wanted something less than 100. I was not aware at the time that new vehicles were already below 100. I just wanted something so that the ceramic windshield tints that are designed for UV and ultraviolet, ultraviolet and infrared, would be available to add to someone's car.
follow up. So, is this bill moot now, considering the constituent that you were concerned about? If you were asking for a 90% and they're actually getting 70%, does she even need?
Well, if new windshields are being sold at 70%, I don't think they're compliant with the law. So it makes the purpose of the bill that much more important. And we should change the 90 to a 70 in a committee amendment, right? If new windshields are truly at 70%, then why don't we make the law compliant with that? Okay, if new manufacturers are saying that the vehicles are transmitting 70% of visible light, then we should make this that has not less than 70% visible light transmittance in both places that it, or three places, four places that it shows up.
Any other questions? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you trying to, so if the vehicle's already coming in at 70%, are you trying to add another 10% to it or take away 10%? Is that the idea with your 90 that you're using?
So this would not be additive to what's there. This would be an absolute number. I was not aware that it was 70% on the front windshield. I have lots of engineering tools. That's my job. I don't write all sorts of meters of all sorts, but visible light transmittance meters is not on the list yet. So,
Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it your belief that the film, the ceramic film that you're talking about, changes the light transmittance at all?
very minimally. They're intended to deal with outside of the visible spectrum, those coatings.
Follow up.
Yep, follow up.
So could your bill be amended to eliminate the percentage that you have in there and only talk about the ability to add ceramic film?
I think that would be a great suggestion.
You stole my fire, Representative Hill. Just to be clear, I haven't got my plan in stone yet, but I think after the hearings we've had on both these bills and looking at the current statutes, it's pretty confusing. So I think we're going to be going down the road, whether we do work sessions or retain at the worst. But that was my question for you as well, because it seems like ceramic coatings is what you're concentrating on, and it does make some sense. Any other questions from the committee?
This
Go ahead.
question of the chair. I see this as an FN. I'm not sure why I would understand that it's an early bill requiring a fiscal note. Not that you guys decide that, I get that, but
Yeah,
it's not real clear what this would impact in terms of department spending or state spending in any way.
Right. I'll look into the fiscal note, but so you know, it's not been called out as one of my early bills.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 537. And next up, in 1 minute, House Bill 386, like clockwork. Okay, being 11:22, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 386. We held off for a few minutes waiting for the prime sponsor, who has not arrived. So as a courtesy, Chair recognizes Representative Hill to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, I am Representative Greg Hill, representing the town of Northfield, Merrimack 2. I'm here to introduce House Bill 386 FN, a bill that lowers the age in which child passenger must be retrained. I think it should be restrained by a child restraint system from ages 7 to 4. For all purposes, I will not be taking questions.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill. Chair recognizes Thomas Leach from Dartmouth Health in support of the bill, who is seeking 20 to 30 minutes to speak, and that's not going to happen. How about 5? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for entertaining my presence here today. My name is Thomas Leach. I work at Dartmouth Health. I am the Child Passenger Safety Coordinator for the state of New Hampshire, which is funded through a grant from the National Highway Traffic Safety Office to our local Office of Highway Safety here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire has, I thought I'd tell you a little bit about the program so you have an idea of where New Hampshire sits with its current child passenger safety record and so on. New Hampshire has a fairly robust child passenger safety program. We have 258 certified technicians. And when I say certified, these are individuals that have gone through a 4-day class that was designed through NHTSA and the Child Passenger Safety Board in order to kind of train the trainer type of situation where these individuals, most of whom are either police, fire personnel, hospital personnel, or some type of family resource type of company here in the state that either works through our Health and Human Services or others. So we have 258 of these individuals, and they work out of 62 fitting stations. And a fitting station is a location that we advertise on our website and other pamphlets and media to direct caregivers and parents where they can go if they have questions regarding their child seats. And these are very well received. That's done usually by appointment. Sometimes they'll have an event that many of you might have been by. Londonderry does an annual one. Derry, quite a few others will do these things where parents can drive in and have their seats inspected, make sure that they're following all the guidelines and so on, because they are kind of complicated now. Those of you that may have experience with child seats for one reason or another probably have been frustrated when you go to install it or harness a child in. So it is a complicated thing, but New Hampshire's doing very well. We are closing the gap on making sure that our most vulnerable passengers are traveling as safe and secure as possible through that. And it's showing. Our injuries are down, our fatalities, we haven't had any in a couple of years. They're way down. We do like to talk about injuries more, though, because those are the things that stay with a child possibly for the rest of their lives, and can also cost an exorbitant amount of funding, either through the caregivers or through the state system as well. So we're very concerned about injuries, and that's what brings me here today. I'm very concerned about this bill. It would allow misuse as designed and defined through the Manufacturers Association that produces these child seats. A lot of engineering has gone into this. Believe it or not, there's a huge relationship between NASCAR and other racing sports and child passenger safety. A lot of the same equipment is used. It's just downsized for a child size. So we wouldn't want to ask our NASCAR drivers and other race car drivers to go back to a 3-point harness because they wouldn't. They've seen the advantages of the systems they have in their cars right now. And those are the same systems that we see in child seats. The engineering that has gone into them just in the last 10 years is really quite remarkable. And the G-forces that these seats can protect the child from is just amazing when they're used properly. And that's where I come in. I try to gain the proper use of these child seats. And by proper use, we refer back to the manufacturer of these seats. And it usually goes to the point of wanting to keep these children harnessed until they maximize the weight and height of the seats they're currently using. So they don't have to go out and buy any additional seats or whatever. They just need to use them until the manufacturer says he or she is too big for this seat and they need to go to a seatbelt, which is usually around the age of 8. It depends on the child. As us in here, we're all different sizes, whatever. Kids are no different. We try to stay away. The industry, the child seat industry, tries to stay away from ages because ages are not efficient. They're not effective for describing the size of a child. A 4-year-old, I could bring 5 kids in here that are 4, and they would all be extremely different sizes, I'm sure. And that is a problem. One of the biggest problems, if I can go back and grab my hands-on thing real quick. This is the demonstration seat we used in our training when we go all around the state and we hold these classes for the different individuals I spoke about earlier, whether it be fire, police, EMS, hospital, and so on. This is supposed to be an average 3-year-old, right? We have these training dolls, cost a fortune. It's amazing. I have them at different sizes so that our technicians in training have an idea of how to buckle in, how to harness up a child of that age. Maybe there's restrictions on the type of seat they would be using. For example, a 1-year-old would not be going into a booster seat or something like that. So we really follow the guidelines of the manufacturer. So this is a 3-year-old, average 3-year-old. She is bigger than my granddaughter, which is 3.5, and she is much bigger. She's just a teeny weeny. I think she's weighing in at 25 pounds now, 26 pounds at over 3 years old. So this is a 3-year-old. We didn't have a 4-year-old, unfortunately. But this will show you some of the things that will still happen with 4-year-olds is that they're not sitting properly, and none of us sit with our knees straight out. If we do, it's very uncomfortable. So we manipulate our bodies so that our legs can bend over whatever couch, chair, and so on we're sitting in. Kids will do the same thing. They will scooch down so that they can get more comfortable, because we all want to be more comfortable. And when they do that, what happens is the lap belt rises up over their abdomen. Ideally, you and I as well, we want that lap belt over our pelvis, because above our pelvis are organs, and they're very susceptible to injury from a lap belt if there's no shoulder harness. Right? So this causes the lap belt to rise up over the abdominal region. A lot of things in there that are squishy and gushy and can be injured very easily. And as you can see, the shoulder belt really does not fit well. So what happens with kids, and I see it even with teenagers, small teenagers that struggle with the seatbelt system, what do they do? I know people in here know. What do? They put it under their arm, or mostly they'll just put it behind their backs. All right? So now we have a very dangerous system set up here because we're going to see some abdominal trauma. We could also see a lot of head trauma involved in this, with the hitting of the front seat, hitting of the side seat, because a harness, that 5-point harness, I didn't bring a child seat in with me this time. I did the last time. But that 5-point harness is the same as NASCAR, jet fighter pilots use, and it's required. And it moved up on its own based on fatalities that have happened within the racing industry. And the child seat industry, like I said, they take things from each other because they're all paying engineers a lot of money to develop these things to reduce G-forces in a crash. And this would just make her more vulnerable in a crash. Never mind the side impact issues. Side impact issues or her hitting or striking anything within the car. This is just her own body weight working against her, unfortunately, scissoring over and causing abdominal injuries like that. I spent 27 years in law enforcement, and my specialty was reconstructing fatal crashes. And I have seen children who were not in seats properly, or they were removed a little too prematurely, and they've done that, and they almost always require some type of advanced medical assistance. I even had one child take out several teeth with their own feet. It was that type of crash. They did survive, thank goodness, but there's a lot going on. So the more we can restrain these little guys, and the longer the better for them, developmental reasons. Another thing is kids don't always talk about their injuries because maybe they're not speaking yet or they don't feel it yet. And it's not until they develop that all of a sudden you realize, oh my goodness, there's some type of a long-term injury that's going to be dealt with here through either surgery or any type of extra therapy to go through and so on. And little guys shouldn't have to be able to predict the weather or not do something in school because of an injury they sustained in a car and they have to deal with for the rest of their life. So that's pretty much my spiel for that. Does anybody have any questions?
If you can get back to our microphone too, please. Any questions from the committee? Representative Gorski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leach, for taking my question. This bill talks about taking the restraint stuff from being 7 years old to 4 years old. Do you have any numbers or statistics in terms of the number of injuries or that children have had between those ages of 4 to 6?
I do. I wish I brought them with me. There was a panel in the Senate that did a pretty in-depth research last year for the rear-facing bill that's out there right now. And I'll speak mainly of New Hampshire because that's what I deal with. I wish I brought the numbers with me. We don't have the best data collection in New Hampshire. So if that ever comes up, that there's a bill that wants to create a better data system for New Hampshire, I'll come and I'll testify for you too, because it's really is needed. It makes us struggle with trying to find answers like this. So I will look at EMS responses to answer your question. And we see a curve where our little guys are 1 to or birth to 2-year-olds. Caregivers are doing a great job with them. They're really doing well with them. They're keeping them in very good seats. They seem to be surviving the most as far as injuries go. And as they get a little older, especially our 5-year-olds, 6 through 8-year-olds, they suffer the most on New Hampshire roads with injuries. And again, it's the injuries that we really got to cut back on because as little kids, those injuries can last a long, long time. So I hope that I didn't bring the data with me. It is available through. I can email it to somebody if they
I
would
was
like.
just going to say, if you could
Yeah.
get that to us as a committee, that'd be great.
It's collected from the crash reports that are done via either the state police system or the local system as well. And I actually get it from the DMV.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in and testifying. If I understand you correctly, you're against this bill, but would you suggest that it may be more appropriate for our current statute to list height and weight and all of those kind of things rather than our current statute that lists ages? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
that's a very good point. And the reason, my understanding is the reason that ages are used as much as they are in statutes is for the enforcement part of it. You're not going to have an officer on the side of the road with a scale or maybe a tape measure. And there isn't a lot of written enforcement that happens with this law. I know from my own personal experience, and I see it with the numbers here in New Hampshire. What this does is it opens up an opportunity for roadside education where there could be something that an officer sees is definitely off. And they can have that conversation with the caregiver to educate them on proper use, because that is the goal, to modify people's behavior. And a lot of times that will happen without any summonses being issued on the side. We have a lot of technicians that are police officers, and I know, speaking to them, that is their goal, is that when mom or dad or the caregiver leaves the roadside traffic stop, that child is safer than when they had originally stopped. And so on. But as far as, excuse me, getting back to your question, yes, it all depends on the engineering that has gone into these seats in the last 10 years is remarkable. So on the side of every seat is a very well laid out labeling system that defines the size of the child that should be in the seat and how it should be used. And that's what the law also says on there, that a properly used child restraint, according to the seat manufacturers. And that's really the key right there to do that. Whether or not an age is in there, it can help have that conversation. However, in my opinion, it would be great if New Hampshire had an age 8 or even 9 with a size cutout where we would want kids in seats until age 8 at least, unless they were so high and, so heavy and so tall, which is part of the original statute anyway, with the 57 inches.
Follow up?
Thank you. Would you be able to provide us what that cutout and those heights and weights and should be?
As far as
Well, you just mentioned that they were,
in the
you
current-
would
in the
prefer to
current
have
law.
it up to age 8 with cutouts.
Right.
And I'm wondering if you could provide us what those cutouts should be.
it would stay the same, believe it or not, because that's the cutout. It's written in the law now. It says up to age 7, not the bill, but the current law that we have. And it says, and children up to age 7 and up to
57
57
inches.
inches.
So that would stay the same even though you
That
went to
would,
age 8?
because once a kid reaches 57 inches, that is 99% of the time acceptable to go into a booster seat. They would fit properly into a booster seat at that time. Because the problem with seatbelts in vehicles, they're designed for adults. And they're designed for different sized adults, but none of them go down low enough to do a child properly. So that's why we want to keep kids at least in a booster seat until, ideally under 9. But again, have that exception that if it's a big kid, they don't have to stay in the seat. If they're 57 inches, then they should be in a booster seat. And if they've reached the maximum of their booster seat, then they can sit in a seatbelt. Yep.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for taking my question. Is it not true that seatbelts that are put in cars today are in fact designed for adults?
You are correct.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to figure out, are you saying the parents aren't doing a good job protecting their children because of because we want to drop the age? You don't think they do a good job as well?
I think many will continue to do what they're doing now, without a doubt. The problem is we have this conversation. You have a lot of issues going on with raising kids, obviously, and some parents are more prepared than others, and others are reaching out to try to figure out what it is. And they may talk to their next door neighbor, they may talk to a relative, they may get their initial child seat education maybe at the hospital when they have a child. A lot of things happen though until that kid gets to be 4 or 5 years old. There may be another introduction of a sibling. Doesn't mean that the caregiver cares any less about that 5-year-old or the 4-year-old. It just means there's a lot more distraction now in that family than just one child. Maybe there's additional siblings, right? There may also be an issue with a language barrier going on. And this whole idea is to keep that message consistent. Our message in New Hampshire matches the message in Vermont, matches the message in Massachusetts, in Maine, in the rest of the country. All right? So no matter where these people look for their information, it's going to be consistent. If we deviate from that, it's going to give a mixed message to the parents that, oh, okay, there is a way to do this. No parent is going to deliberately put their kids in an unsafe situation, but we see it all the day, every day at our checkpoints where moms and dads want to see that beautiful little 14-month baby, and they turn the kid forward facing. All right? If they can find someone just to say, oh yeah, I did that, then they feel like they're not really doing anything wrong. And we're still combating that message. So we're trying to be as consistent as ever. So if we change the message and we drop it down to 4, you're right. There's going to be some parents that are going to do a fantastic job, but there's going to be a much larger percentage that are going to get the wrong message, and they may be happy with just tossing that kid in the front seat of that car with a seatbelt, which would be really bad because, as Representative Sykes mentioned before, seatbelts are designed for adults. Many of you, you may not even know it unless you've had a crash in your car. You have in your front seat, you probably have pretensioners, which are these small little explosive devices that go off that pull the seatbelt tight. And it's not designed for a child to be sitting in that. We also have frontal airbags, which are very unsafe for kids, the ones that exist in front of the child. All right? So we want to keep kids in the back seat. We want to keep kids in their child seats as long as possible. And this is the guidance of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I don't know why anybody would want to go against the Academy of Pediatrics when we do take the time to bring our children to the doctor. We do take the time to look after their well-being. If they get hurt, we go to the hospital and we listen. So I feel that transporting children should be no different, and we should follow the guidelines of the American Academy of Pediatrics standards, and that is to keep kids in their seats as long as possible until they outgrow them. I hope that helped answer your question.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Crawford.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Leach, you put on your pink card that you support the bill. I think you. Oh, thank you. You put on your pink card that you support the bill. I think you mean you
Oh,
oppose.
I apologize. That was, and I also put the wrong
wanted-
bill on because I was looking at the
just
paper
double
closest.
checking with you.
I am opposed to the
Thank you.
bill moving the age to 4 years old. I apologize for that confusion.
Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So your concern about changing the law from 7 to 4 would send people would interpret it as confirmation that they don't need to put their kids in a child seat, that they would use that as kind of their bellwether to say
a rationale.
the state doesn't require it, so it can't be that
Correct.
important.
I agree. And also, don't forget, there is a little bit of a financial responsibility to keep children in seats because the progression, these are pieces of safety equipment. And as has been noted by so many of you, these are adult seat belts. So they need this specialized safety equipment to make sure the seatbelt works properly for them. And I think if you said after 4 you didn't need a child seat, which basically is the underlying tone of it, you'll have parents go, oh, I'm done with child seats now, and they'll just have the kids wherever in the car. And I think we would really see some horrific numbers in that based on how far we've come. Child seats really started to take a strong foothold not until the late 1990s. They've been going great ever since, especially in the last 10 years. Like I said, the engineering that's gotten into them. And the reality of it, we've learned from our children that, and NASA has proved this many times with how they send astronauts into space. When it comes to being in a moving object, we should all be facing backwards. I know I wouldn't like it, but if we want to survive any type of serious crashes, that's what NASA says we should do. So I am afraid that the message would be blurred, and we would lose some people in there that are struggling with everything. They're struggling with their bills. They're struggling with their children. They're struggling with so much going on that the last thing they need is one more inconsistent message to maybe infer the wrong practice.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I stand corrected. You got your 30 minutes after all. Chair recognizes opposed to the bill, representing AAA Dan Goodman, seeking 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. I will be very brief. For the record, my name is Dan Goodman. I'm the Manager of Public Affairs for AAA Northern New England. To answer one of the questions about car seats, there's extreme misuse in New Hampshire and across the country regarding car seats. According to data collected by organizations like TOM and across the country, up to between 52% and 84% of car seats across the country are installed incorrectly. And the number one reason is they're in the wrong misuse of the car seat. So they're in the wrong car seat for their age and weight. So it's a major, major issue. And as we're opposed to this bill, we couldn't find another state that has ever attempted to do something like this, to weaken their child passenger safety law. New Hampshire would be the first. As Tom mentioned, young kids are our most vulnerable motor vehicle users. It's the number one reason car crashes are the number one cause of death for children between 3 and 14. We think weakening those laws would just make it worse. As he mentioned, the Academy of American Pediatricians recommend a booster seat is recommended, typically to 8 to 12 years old or 4'9". According to this bill, Tom wanted me to bring my daughter, who's almost 4, to be that demo instead of that little dummy. She's almost 4. She turns 4 in a few weeks. She's 3 feet tall and 35 pounds. So according to the American Academy of Pediatricians, they're saying 4 feet 9 inches at least. That's a very strong recommendation. I did find a little data, and this is national data by the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Children seen in a booster seat in the rear of the car are 45% less likely to be injured in a car crash as compared to those children using a seatbelt alone. So with that, that is all, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
Having no one else signed up to speak on House Bill 386, I'm going to close the public hearing. Our next bill will be House Bill 570 at 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy a little longer lunch.
You should go eat.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's about 1:02, and I guess we will start the public hearing on House Bill 570 relative to Real ID compliant New Hampshire driver's license. And the chairman would like to recognize Representative Sykes to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Representative George Sykes, Grafton 14, which is Ward 2 in the city of Lebanon. I'm pleased to introduce House Bill 570, which concerns language about Real ID driver's licenses. So I'll begin by saying that we have been engaged in, we meaning myself and various constituent groups have been engaged with the Department of Motor Vehicles to try and find common ground on what this bill attempts to address. And so I want to talk about what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is bring New Hampshire's Real ID requirements into line with the federal Real ID requirements. There's a slight disconnect. I view this as not so much a technical, but maybe even it's not too far of a stretch to say a housekeeping matter, that we're trying to bring those two versions of the law into compliance with each other. We've been engaged with the DMV for at great length, and we have made some real progress, but more progress needs to be done. So what I'm hoping to do is today is to give the DMV and the constituent groups their opportunity to talk to you about where we are, what we're doing, and how it's going, with an eye toward perhaps an amendment, perhaps some other parliamentary maneuvers, whatever it is that we need to do to continue to make good law here before the Transportation Committee. And I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Chair, I'd like to recognize Gilles Bassinet. Did I get that right? Thank you. From the ACLU, who is in support of the bill, who is looking to speak for 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You know, I've done that many times. You think I would know. But Gilles Bassinet, Legal Director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. We support this bill. And just to echo the testimony of the sponsor very briefly, I to some extent really think this is a housekeeping bill. Maybe there are administrative issues that need to be sorted out, but from a legal perspective, that this is a housekeeping bill really designed to make sure that state law eligibility for a driver's license matches Real ID eligibility under federal law. That simple. Right now, there is a gap between those who are eligible for Real ID under federal law, which is a little bit more expansive, and then you look at state law and it's narrower. And so we're trying to bridge that gap. And just to be blunt, that gap exists with respect to some non-citizens who are lawfully in the United States. I want to be very clear, that's who we're talking about. So under the federal Real ID statute, and this is going to be in my written testimony that I'll circulate just so no one has to take notes, but under the federal Real ID statute, individuals who have approved refugee status, individuals who have valid non-immigrant visas, et cetera, are entitled to have a federal Real ID. But when you look at New Hampshire statute with respect to non-citizens who are lawfully in the United States, that criteria is much narrow, right? You're dealing with individuals who are attending school. You're dealing with individuals who are here for the purposes of engaging in lawful employment, occupational business activity, and who are engaged in that activity, et cetera. But it's just a little bit narrower, in fact, significantly narrower than what federal law allows. So we're just trying to bridge that gap to make sure that we're consistent with the federal Real ID statute. And it would have a real impact on individuals who are lawfully in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Giles, do you have written testimony as well?
I noticed an error in my written testimony, so what I will do, if it's okay with you, that I will email it to everyone within the next hour after. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, at this point, I'd like to recognize Director Marasco from the New Hampshire DMV, who's not taking any position, but it says information testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Marasco. I'm the Director of the Division of Motor Vehicles. I'm here with Michael Mercier, who is the Administrator of Driver Licensing at the DMV. I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I'll start with echoing everything that Representative Sykes mentioned about conversations that we've been having with the representative and many of the great constituents and community leaders behind me. And we've been talking about a variety of bills. This is one of them. So what I would like to do is, and the reason that we're offering informational testimony is to give you a little bit of insight into some of those areas within the bill and within the Real ID Act and within the state law that we are dissecting and trying to make sure that we get to the right answer and make sure that we offer you all the information that you need to make the right decision. So if you look at 263-14B, New Hampshire RSA 263-14B, driver's license compliant with public law. It talks about that the Department of Safety may issue, upon request, driver's licenses which meets the standards of the Real ID Act of 2005. So that's the first start. So we can do that legally. We can follow what's in the Real ID Act and issue the Real ID to all of those parameters that are within the Act itself. So when you look at the Real ID Act of 2005 and you go to special requirements and you get to the section number 2, special requirements B, evidence of lawful status. And then it goes into a state shall require, before issuing a driver's license or identification card to a person, valid documentary evidence that the person, 1, is a citizen or national of the United States, 2, is an alien lawfully admitted for permanent or temporary residence in the United States, 3, has conditional permanent resident status in the United States, 4, has an approved application for asylum in the United States or has entered into the United States in a refugee status. All of those that you go through, you can recognize has been approved, has legal status. So those are all areas of the Real ID Act you can look at and say, well, that makes sense. We understand that. One of the areas, though, that has been a topic of conversation for my leadership team and the group here is really Section 6. Which states has a pending application for asylum in the United States. So when you get into the pending asylum status, the question then becomes, what does that mean? And what does it mean when an application is has been fully vetted by the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that the person receives the full asylee status? So and part of the reason this is informational testimony as well is that, as I said, this is research. And some of that research was still taking place on the way over here. Some of it took place last week. We had a conference call with AMVA, the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, and a representative from Homeland Security for about 45 minutes. And that conversation centered around the Real ID Act, and in particular, that Section 6. What does that mean? What does that mean? And so what was explained during that call was that unlike a refugee, somebody who is in the United States goes and fills out the application for asylum. They fill out that application, they submit that to the federal government, they get a receipt that they've submitted that application. Now, during that call that we had last week, I was told that there was, it was just that, a receipt that you've submitted something. I was told on the way over from John Mills, who is the representative from Homeland Security, that he did some checking even within the last hour, and there is some level of vetting that takes place when that initial application is submitted. So that's new information. So that's good. What that level of vetting is, he's going to get that information for me, but we don't have it as of right now. But it is more than just the receipt, which is what we were believing last week. There is some vetting that takes place. The application is received, and it takes about 30 days for the federal government to review the application and to determine identity. So what happens is, after about that 30-day mark, they can tell you that this piece of paper that says John Marasco, and here's his address and date of birth, all the information that's listed on the application is true and accurate. So that's a really good thing. That's good to know. So at that 30-day mark, we have true identity. As Homeland Security explained it, that's your first, as they use the word, touch point. The touch point is to figure out, now that you have a person's true identity, is that enough to issue a real ID? Well, that's phase one of the process through the federal government. Phase two is the person is brought in for an interview, and the person undergoes a background check. And if they pass the interview and the background check, then the process is essentially completed. The person is eligible for, they've completed the process for a real ID. That can take, although they wouldn't give us an exact time frame, that could take potentially a year or more for the interview and the background check to be completed. So decisions that have to be made are, what happens if you issue the temporary real ID to somebody that got the receipt because they submitted the application? There's some level of vetting that goes on there. We don't, to this point, know exactly what that is. Is that the time to issue the real ID, which is a higher level credential than a regular New Hampshire driver's license? Is it the right time to do it then? Is it the right time to do it at the 30-day mark when you've got positive identification with what's on the application? Or is it best to wait until the process has played out, albeit a long one, and the person has been properly identified, they have had an interview, they have had a federal background, and they have been approved to receive the real ID? Those are some of the conversations that that we're working through and that we've been having. I could tell you that the more that we research this topic, and I think that what you really need to do is have some attorneys take a look at it for the state. The other thing is we have to stay in compliance with the Real ID Act. We have to stay in compliance with it. So I asked John Mills from the federal government on the way over here where we stand on that. If, John Mills, we're not doing everything that's in the Real ID Act today, because we're not, are we in compliance with the Real ID Act? And he said, we show up green on the screen that we are in compliance with the Real ID Act. And that's where the state law that says you may issue the Real ID in these, for these certain criteria, you may do that, but you may not. So the DMV has not been issuing Real IDs, generally speaking, for some of the categories that are on here with asylees. Now, somebody that completes the process, the administrative rules for the DMV, you get, once you've completed the asylum process, you can get the Real ID. You can. You've had those three things: proper identification, interview, background. You can get the New Hampshire license. So those are some of the things that we're working through. And I think that we're happy to take any questions. I'll also turn it over to Mike, who oversees licensing. But these are some areas that we are working through. Is that fair?
Does Mike want to say anything, or before we
Mike,
turn
I'm
off?
sorry.
No, okay. I was
Sorry,
just
Mike.
pausing there for a second.
Okay, here you go.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the state was to issue the license after step two, instead of waiting a year, up to a year, would it be impossible for, if something was wrong, to just revoke the license like we do with drivers now in this state, if they break the law?
You want to take that?
Sure. The only issue with that would be, how would we be notified if something happened? You know, it'd have to be either from the State Department, Department of Homeland Security, maybe a law enforcement group. We would have no way to vet that if it went past or before the second step that you're talking about. We can issue a license. We can issue a New Hampshire license. It just won't be a New Hampshire Real ID license.
Follow up?
I may have missed something, but you could, I mean, when somebody's license is checked at a road stop, they'll run the license through.
Correct.
Real ID or not. So couldn't that be done if, or wouldn't that be done if somebody shows a real ID that got it temporarily but you guys revoked it because they didn't pass the third test? Wouldn't that be enough to have that license taken away right there on the spot?
It would if it happened, if they ran into a law enforcement officer, but if they were following all the laws and everything was going along as normal, we'd never know. There'd be no way to know. I mean, we'd have to get notification from Homeland Security in order to revoke that status.
Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do we have any information of what other states, at what level of this phase 1, phase 2, what other states are issuing Real ID at what particular time, and do they have this concern of issuing it, those states that have it after phase 1, if someone fails phase 2 and the Real ID is issued, which is I think somewhat Representative St. Clair's question, what's the process that takes place in order to invalidate, I would use the phrase, that Real ID at that point?
That's a great question, Representative. Thank you. So that is part of the ongoing research, is to find out exactly what is taking place in other states. I did ask John Mills from the federal government on the way over here, how many states are have they migrated simply to the Real ID Act? And that's it. Whatever the Real ID Act says, they do. He explained to me, without giving me an exact number, that it sounds like the majority of states are doing that. They are going by what's in the Real ID Act completely. As far as those touch points go, I did ask those questions during the call that we had. Where is that? And there really wasn't any strong, firm information on it. One thing I failed to mention during my testimony was at the DMV, we use the SAVE database run by Homeland Security, and that's something that can be queried to identify, is somebody, have they, after the 30 days, and they've been uploaded into the SAVE database, they've been positively identified, and we can see that. Prior to that 30 days, though, you've got the receipt and some level of vetting, and my understanding is they're not in the SAVE database until that 30-day mark. So you've got that window there. So I think part of our responsibility, and a lot of conversations have been had on a variety of bills, this one as well, over the last couple of months. But I think there's been more research done within the last 48 hours, getting ready for this hearing and dealing with a variety of bills to make sure that we get it right. That is a piece that we have to continue on, which is what are other states doing and to what extent? What are they looking at for touch points? But it sounds like a lot of them, based on what he told me, a lot are just adopting the Real ID Act.
Follow up.
Is part of that also the procedure for failure at any of those levels, the revocation, or is that part of that you're also looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to know how many states purely default to the Real ID Act, and then how many states operate in a hybrid, much like we do, where there are certain aspects of the Real ID Act that they abide by, and some maybe that they don't. And then what some states do with regards to touch points. Is it that once you file that application and there's some level of vetting that takes place at that time, and you get a receipt that your application's filed, is that enough?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is actually a two-part question, but the first part is, is New Hampshire able to issue regular licenses without the real ID function? Can and does New Hampshire do it?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, currently, we're at about 52% of the population that has a real ID in New Hampshire. So there are still a lot of people in New Hampshire that don't have the real ID. Of course, I didn't explain that, the real ID, the benefit of it. It's a higher level credential that will allow you to travel, through an airport and also enter federal buildings. And that's why, there's a few more stipulations to the real
Follow
ID.
up.
Yeah.
Follow up.
For people seeking asylum, do they really need to have the real ID function, or just an ordinary driver's license be good enough for them?
I guess it would be a preference, but the guarantee to have a credential here in the state would be a driver's license without the real ID attached to it immediately. They could always follow up with that once they were approved.
Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. If you issue a regular license to them and they fail the vetting process in the asylum request, do you then have to revoke the regular license as well? Or, so what, would that be the same process that you would have to go through to revoke the real ID?
Yes. So, yeah, the process would be, we'd get a notification back from SAVES, which tells us that they haven't passed the informational background, and we'd then revoke the license.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If someone doesn't have a real ID, are they able to get on an airplane? When does that stipulation go into effect?
That's a great question. So that was just pushed out. It was supposed to have been May of this year. It's May now of 2025. 25. Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, I don't have any other pink cards for this. Up there. Oh, up there, the way up, the hide up there. All right. The chair recognizes Eva Castillo, who supports the bill and is looking for 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eva Castillo. I'm a resident of Manchester, and I'm an immigrant rights advocate and as an immigrant myself, as you can tell. I'm in support of this bill. I think it's a no-nonsense bill. If the feds accepts and license people, certain categories of people, I don't see why we cannot extend the same courtesy in New Hampshire to the people that are extended real IDs under the Real ID Act. That's all I have to say. It'd make life easier for a lot of people. Once it starts acting out, once it becomes mandatory, how are people going to be able to board planes or do whatever if they are not like? I'm a U.S. citizen, but all my documents have different versions of my name or combinations, so it's gonna be a nightmare. So I got myself a U.S. passport card that's easy for me to carry in my wallet, but not, different immigrant categories are not gonna have that luxury. So I think, it's a no-nonsense law, and I look forward to keep working with DMV and figure out how we can make things happen here in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair would like to recognize Christine, is it Wellington, who supports the bill and representing herself and asking for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Walsh and members of the committee. I'm a resident of Derry. I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Immigrants' Rights Network, and I sent a letter last night by email to all of you about our position on this bill. And I just want to make a few points. Attorney Bissonnette and Eva Castillo covered many of the points. One issue is that RSA 2663-14-B is the statute that permits the issuance of real ID level licenses in New Hampshire. If you read that law, as I did, I read it to believe that it only applied to, that only U.S. citizens are entitled to that under the current law. So that's really the impetus for this legislation, to allow the full list of folks eligible under federal law to be able to apply for driver's licenses at the real ID level. The way we wrote it, we put it into 26339A, which is the one statute that covers non-U.S. citizens and licensing in that body of law. And it was really simply put in a way that we believe gives the DMV quite a bit of discretion in how they carry this out. It just simply adds a clause that says that people that are eligible under Real ID are also eligible for a Real ID license. So we're asking for that same opportunity, and to limit it right now apparently to only U.S. citizens or within the discretion of the DMV really limits equal opportunity and access, and that you know is a problem in our opinion. We also think that because full compliance with Real ID is now May 2025, that means that the state, although they might be in interim compliance, may be out of compliance on May 2025 if they don't take actions to open it up to the full federally mandated group of people. And we think that the way we are presenting this gives the DMV plenty of time to deal with the minutia and detail of how long you have to wait before you get a license. It may be longer for people that have pending applications than somebody that's already been approved. So that by regulation, the DMV could make processes that they could live with, and that would be fair to the residents of the state of New Hampshire. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure, I listened to the organization that you represent, and I'm not sure I'm asking the right question to the right person, but I thought I'd throw it out so maybe Director Marasco could hear it as well and add it to his list of questions. Are you aware of any other country that allows this level of citizenship, I'll call it, or scrutiny on their drivers' ID cards that would, is there something similar from Canada, for instance, or some other that allows people pending hearings to have full or real ID type identification? Are you aware of that?
I haven't really studied other countries' laws. The only remarks I'll make about it, and probably Director Marasco could be more on point to your question, I would say that Real ID, as we all know, was enacted, the whole big act was enacted in the wake of 9/11. And it was to make our country safer after this terrible catastrophe and loss of life. So the feds have spent a lot of time working with this. Director Marasco mentioned that they use the SAVE program so that the state DMV can tell if I say that I'm a legal permanent resident and you run my info through the system, they'll be able to verify that. Generally, I mean, there are some mistakes in the system, but generally you're going to get an accurate feedback that will confirm. So I think the state has done quite a bit to make sure that we're giving licenses properly and with proper IDs. But this is based on federal law that's lawmakers have spent a lot of time vetting and making secure.
So I think it's reliable, and I think the United States may have higher standards than many other states. I would think Canada might have similar, but they didn't suffer what we suffered with 9/11. So I think that's the root of this law. And yet they still recognize that non-citizens are entitled to, equal access to a certain level of these higher, more secure documents.
Any other questions? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the law here and it says driver's license to a non-resident alien who is living in New Hampshire on a temporary basis. So you think that someone's only living here temporary, we should issue a real ID?
Well, it's not what I think. It's what the federal law says. That list that is in, I have it attached to the letter we sent, and I think Gilles will have it in his written testimony as well. It has a list of who the federal government says can get a federally approved real ID license. Those are the folks that they say are vetted to get that. I mean, there's vetting that has to be done at the desk at the DMV. But those categories of people, if you can verify that I am who I say I am a U.S. citizen, I am a temporary resident, but there's plenty of people that come into the United States. They may start out temporary, they may end up on the path to citizenship. They may be here to study and they'll leave, but they can get a certain level of driver's license. And the list that I don't know if anybody has a hard copy of the letter I sent last night, but the last page of it has the list of everybody that the U.S. government says can get a real ID level license. Now, how you come to that is what we left open to the DMV, what the processes they need to do to satisfy themselves that they're issuing to only people that are entitled to them. We leave to our state experts.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now would like to recognize, I have to help me with this, Viola Katsumi? How did I do? Representing herself, who supports the bill, who's asking for 1 minute.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here to speak on my personal experience. In 2020, when my driver's license was up for renewal, I went to the DMV website and looked up again, just to make sure that I had the right documents before I went to the office. And upon looking at the website, I saw information about Real ID. Clicking on that, I got information about who qualified in New Hampshire, and it referenced the federal requirements for the Real ID on that website. So I opened up the federal requirements. And surprisingly, I was among the people that qualified for Real ID. So I called the DMV app and I said, I qualify for Real ID, what do I need to bring? And I was shortly told that I didn't qualify because I wasn't a citizen. And so when I went to the DMV office for renewal, I did inquire again at the front desk to make sure that I had the right information. And I was told the same thing. And I made sure to cite the fact that the federal government guidelines allow me to have a Real ID driver's license. And I was told the same thing, that I had to be a citizen to qualify in New Hampshire. And that doesn't really make sense. I have gone through the process. I have been vetted. I've been living here legally, working here, contributing. And I don't see a reason why I should be excluded or other people like me. And I'm someone who travels for leisure, but also for work. I don't want to be dragging around my passport everywhere I go. And so I'm just asking that this committee considers that. People that are here that are legally vetted have gone through the process already. And one other thing, if you're offered a driver's license, it's attached to your status. So someone who's here temporarily for 2 years, their driver's license will be here for 2 years, maybe 2 years and 3 months until they check out of the country. So they're not here, the driver's license is not here different from the time that your legal status, the length of your legal status basically is what I'm trying to say. So I hope that this committee will consider that, and so that, again, so that we are the same, we're treated equally, and also that New Hampshire has the same law as the federal government. Why do we have to have two laws in the state? So thank you for your time, and please consider this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I now do not have any more pink cards, so we're going to close the hearing on HB 570. Our next bill we'll be talking up in a few minutes is HB 198. Okay, it's 1:40 here, and I guess we will start the public hearing on HB 198, modifying the new resident driver's license transfer requirement. And the chair like to recognize Representative Tony Lakis, who will be presenting the bill.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Representative Tony Lekis, representing Hillsborough District 38, the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. And I'm standing in for the prime sponsor who's stuck in his own committee executing bills. So this is the same bill as HB 1643 that was before this committee last year. And includes the amendment that was considered by the committee at that time. After being sent to interim study, this committee voted to recommend it for future legislation. This bill will amend RSA 263:35, the section that requires new residents to transfer their out-of-state driver's licenses to an in-state driver's license to add additional reporting requirements if a person's circumstances change within 60 days, and direct the Department of Safety to send reminder letters to voters who presented out-of-state driver's licenses at the polls if they failed to do so. So this bill is a follow-up to the letter that was sent back in September 6, 2017 to then Speaker Jasper by the Secretary of State and the Commissioner of Safety. In this letter, they reported that dismal 84.5% unexplained noncompliance rate with the driver's license transfer requirements. And that's, their experience. And Representative Prout worked with the Secretary of State, Assistant Commissioner Bailey, and the DMV Director Marasco. And together they believe that they've addressed all the implementation concerns with this bill. And I passed out some written testimony. I believe that was also sent electronically, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. One question, I may have missed it in the testimony. If somebody does leave the state and they just don't, do what they're being asked to do, what are the repercussions, if any?
I mean, in effect, there isn't much, if any. I mean, it does say if they leave the state within the 60 days, they're supposed to notify the DMV. At least that provides an opportunity that if they leave in that time, there can be a notification. I suppose if they end up back in New Hampshire and really in effect, nothing significant.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair, now I'd like to recognize Michael Mercier from the New Hampshire DMV, who doesn't have any position on the bill, but he's requesting 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Michael Mercier. I'm from the New Hampshire DMV, and I'm here to speak on behalf of House Bill 198. This bill kind of brings into question what the representative was talking about earlier. Is there a fine? Is there anything that would happen to anybody? Who's going to manage the process? Right now, the DMV has no way of tracking individuals either entering the state, unless they come to the DMV for a new license or to register to vote. And we have no way of tracking if they leave the state, if they're here for that specific time in the bill between the first day and 60 days and they decide to leave the state. It's saying that they have to notify the director of their leaving the state. I moved to Florida. I didn't notify the state that I was leaving, but they were notified that when I applied for my Florida driver's license, that I established residency there, and they canceled my New Hampshire license. There was no penalty at that point for that. So I don't know who's going to manage this. I don't know how we're going to set up a system to either track people coming into the state or people leaving the state. And that's really all I have to say. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The process that you went through when you went to Florida, is that a uniform process that would take place in all states, or is that just what Florida decided to do, or is how is?
So that's uniform throughout the states. Right now, all the states are going through what's called a state-to-state process. It's basically a one credential in one state. So anytime anybody moves to Florida, Nevada, wherever they're going, if they go to register for a motor vehicle or for a driver's license, at that point, the state will send back electronic communications to the state-to-state system and notify New Hampshire that there's now no valid license for the person that moved from New Hampshire to Nevada, that they've canceled their New Hampshire license.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you. Is that strictly for DMV, or does that also get shared with Secretary of State?
So that's right now, I know it's strictly for DMV, but there's a notification that the DMV does every day at 2 o'clock in the morning, we send all the information to the Department of State, letting them know the most recent residents that are here in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Representative St. Clair. No. He did it for you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mercier. Did I understand you correctly that at 2 o'clock every morning, I guess you meant 2 o'clock in the morning, that the DMV is sharing information with the New Hampshire Secretary of State currently?
That's correct.
How does the sharing of that, follow up, please.
Follow up?
How does this bill improve or negate that current practice?
I guess as the current practice would be, it would negate it or improve it. It's just a notification that, we say, for example, we have 10 new residents come in and register for their driver's license. That gives their name, address, where they currently are residing at, and that'll put them, I guess, with whatever district they're going to be voting in. So when they go to register to vote, they'll have a established identity already here in New Hampshire.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have is, does the Secretary of State provide the DMV with information on people who have registered to vote using an out-of-state license, and what do they do with it?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that, but I can definitely get that answered to you when I find out from the Secretary of State.
Question I have is you kind of like asked the question, like, if this bill passes, who's going to manage this? I mean, if that's the case, I guess I'll throw it back at you. Who would manage this process?
That's a great question. I don't know who would manage that process. I don't know how we could establish a link to inform us that somebody's moving into the state without them doing any official paperwork to register to vote or register their vehicle. I don't know how we would be able to track that.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, with that, I do not have any other pink cards, so I guess at this point.
We don't usually give second bites.
Yeah, we usually don't give second bites to the apple. Submit it
You can
electronically.
share us the information.
Share it now, or
No, electronically.
like Tony, if you send it electronically, we'll make sure the committee gets it. So with that, I want to close the hearing on HB 198.
All right, welcome, everybody. I'm going to open up the executive session in transportation. On House Bill 111, I am going to go not necessarily, well, not in order. House Bill 111, establishing a committee to study electrical vehicle charging stations for residential renters. Chair recognizes Representative Sellers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I motion ITL on this.
Okay, the motion's ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Hill. Care to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I just don't think a committee, a study committee is necessary on this. I think the landlords will actually eventually realize they need to put charging stations in at one point in time.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know there's a lot of pushback about study committees, study commissions, et cetera. But you know what? Sometimes things should be studied. There's a lot of what I'll call misinformation out there about vehicle charging infrastructure and how that works and how it should work. And there's some need, in my mind, to provide opportunities for people to move into apartment buildings and be able to bring their electric car with them. I've heard from several people who are needing to move because their old apartment building is the rent's going up so much that they can't afford to live there, so they're trying to move to another place, and they want to bring their electric vehicle with them, but there is no infrastructure in many of the places that they look at. So, a study committee to get down to the correct details about electric vehicle infrastructure, I think is prudent. More and more people are living in apartments, particularly younger generation. If you talk to people who study the demographics of our state, those people who are moving in are generally young, professional, don't particularly want to own a house, would prefer to rent. They want to minimize their environmental impact by owning an electric vehicle. And so why are we putting roadblocks in their way? Why not understand that a commission could examine all of these issues from the lens of what are we doing as we move forward, as opposed to some bad information that's out there. So I would urge the committee to vote vote against the ITL.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. I agree with Representative Sellers' comments about the market and whatnot, but at the same time, I don't see where a study committee would hurt on this, because maybe through such a committee, there would be availability made to landlords and stuff to see how they could do this and I hate to use the word educate them, but, just show them the way that this would be a good thing for them. And maybe there's some funding or grants out there that would help them with any added cost for this. So that's all. Thank you.
Anybody else? Representative Sellers.
I wasn't really going to speak more on this, but it just so happened my son actually lives down in New York City, and he was actually working for a landlord that owned 1,000 apartments, and he was actually putting in charging stations. So they're realizing they need to be done. It's just taking them a little bit longer to do it. So,
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion is ITL on House Bill 111.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Holland,
No.
Representative Saab? Staub?
No.
Sorry. And Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
11, 9.
Okay, our committee recommendation of ITL is adopted 11-9. I'll give a few minutes to reset. We'll take up House Bill 132 next. Okay, next up, we will exec House Bill 132 relative to tire disclosure for resale of trailers by utility dealers. Chair recognizes Representative Hill.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would move ITL on House Bill 132.
Motion's ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gorski. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. While I have sympathy for the sponsors and their troubles on the roadside with a used tire they bought from a used trailer, I'm not sure their solution of a disclosure from the dealer is the appropriate solution. There's a number of forms and papers that get passed with buying used vehicles, but I would suspect it might be better to just have an independent inspection whenever you buy anything used, including tires and brakes. So that would be my suggestion, and for that reason, I suggest an ITL on House Bill 132.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
I just want to, I asked Representative Hill about a couple of things, and one idea I had, which I think I mentioned the day of testimony, was to have manufacturers put not just the code, but the actual date that the tires were made. And he pointed out to me that that would be kind of tough to do in this room to make manufacturers do that. So I have to agree with him about that the buyers need to show enough, to have people check out not only the person that's selling it or the dealership, but maybe have that independent person look at the vehicle or the trailer and to help them out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And in terms of the tires, according to my notes written down, the tires already do have a date on them. It's not a month, day, and year, but it's week and year. So, I mean, the information is already on the tires. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have great sympathy for the representatives and their misfortune relative to their purchase. However, I'm oftentimes, and in this case particularly, reluctant to make law based on what at this point, as presented to us, is a one-off type situation. Now, there probably are other examples, but no testimony led us to learn that. So I will be reluctantly voting for the motion.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. Motion is ITL on House Bill 132.
Vice Chairman Gorski?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones, Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh,
Yes.
20-0.
Committee's recommendation of ITL is adopted 20-0. I heard a motion. Who was that? Representative moves consent. Any objections? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the exec session on House Bill 132. Few minutes to reset, 153. I stand corrected. We will not be taking up House Bill 153 next. We actually have two amendments on it, and it's agreed that I think we can probably make a third one that solves everything. So I'll reschedule House Bill 153. So next up, we will be taking House Bill 163.
And then the Space Force.
Space Force not gonna sign it.
I love that they use the Starfleet.
Okay, next up, we'll open the executive session on House Bill 163 FN relative to authorized license plate decals. Chair recognizes Representative Sellers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I motion this ought to pass.
Motion's ought to pass. Is there a second? Who was that? Second, I saw Representative Rombo. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Sure. Basically, Mr. Chair, this is just a housekeeping, adding in Space Force and a few other medals that were, that veterans actually, that earn the medals can actually apply for to have that decal. After talking to I believe it was the Adjutant General there, the cost of this over a long period of time is going to be very, very minimal. Just because some veterans are very prideful and they won't get the decal, and others that will actually want it are far and few in between.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Representative Jones?
Just a question for you, Mr. Chairman. With this motion, are lines 21 through 29 now omitted?
No. It's moved unchanged, no amendments. To remove those 21 through 29, we would need an amendment to do so. So it's moving on, and this motion moves it on in its original form.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 163.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Dumas? Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative C?
Yes.
Representative Sellers?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Rich? Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Ayu?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Holland?
Yes.
Representative Staub?
Yes.
Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
20-0.
Our committee recommendation about to pass is adopted 20-0. Is there a motion for consent?
Consent.
Moved by Representative Gorski. Any objections? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 163. Next up, 268.
Mr. Chairman, got a quick question. If I want to make a motion to reconsider a past bill, can I do that now or?
You can, but there may be a different opportunity. If you want to plow through all these,
Okay, and
yeah, let's do these, and at the end, I'll recognize you.
Okay.
We're on a roll here, not to stop you. We do have an amendment that's being offered, so I'll hand those out before I open up this executive session. Okay. So I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 268 FN relative to the furnishing of special number plates to the Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. Chair recognizes Representative Smith with a motion.
I move on to pass on House Bill 268. Sure, somebody.
Okay.
Somebody seconds.
Motion's been out to pass. Is there a second?
Sure.
Seconded by Representative Hill. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment 2023-0365H.
I'll second.
And that's seconded by Representative Hill also. Would you care to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the past session or two, we fielded a request to give the clerk of the House a cover plate like we have. And since he is also, like us, an elected official of the General Court, we saw no reason not to honor that request. Passed this committee, passed the House, died in the Senate for some reason, taking another swing at it. So Paul is a dedicated member of the General Court, and if you want to know how much he loves the House and you have a spare couple of hours, just ask him sometime. So this is harmless, costs nothing, and I hope my colleagues can support the amendment.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just, Representative C.
Does this amendment eliminate the plates for the Liquor Commission?
No, if you look at the way it's written, it says amend the bill by inserting at the section 1 the following and renumbering the original section 2 to read as 3. So structurally, the way it works is everything that's currently in the bill stays, and this just added to it with a renumbering.
Does the amendment need to be seconded?
We're going to vote on it in a minute. I was just answering a question.
Okay.
I've already got the second. So with no other questions, all those in favor of adopting amendment 0365H, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Hearing none, the amendment's adopted. Our motion is now ought to pass as amended on House Bill 268. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes, Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas, Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Rambo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Holland,
Yes.
Representative Stout,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
20-0.
So our committee's recommendation is adopted 20-0. Is there a motion for consent? Who was that? Representative St. Clair's. Any without objection, consent it is. Okay, I'll close the executive session on House Bill 268. Next up, we'll move into 374, House Bill 374. Okay, we'll open up the executive session on House Bill 374 FN relative to the application process for driver's licenses and the privacy of motor vehicle records. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion ITL for HB 374.
Motion is ITL. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hill. Would you care to speak to your motion, Representative Gorski?
I do. Mr. Chairman, just reading the bill and listening to testimony, one of the first things I wrestle with is the first hurdle, which is someone who is illegal in this country getting access to a driver's license. I view a driver's license as a privilege, which should be for legal citizens. The other issue I have with the bill is the whole thing about privacy, that in fact, if someone does get, stopped or in some way have to show ID, if in fact they are shown to be here illegally, we're not allowed to share their information. We have enough of people here in this state that we don't really know how many people we have, that are here illegally. So based on all that, I have an issue with this bill, and that's why I recommend ITL.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, somehow, some way, this bill gets tagged with a lot of things that it isn't, and a lot of things that it is get lost. And I want to try and refocus everybody's attention on the fact that first and foremost, this is a bill about public safety. And I say that because in now 20 jurisdictions throughout the United States, a version of this bill has passed. A version of this bill has gone to a vote by the public to either deny or approve such a bill, and the public overwhelmingly voted in favor of this bill. In past testimonies before this committee, the chiefs of police and specific police chiefs had suggested that this was a good tool for police departments. And the reason for that, for them saying that, is they want, in their very best efforts, to make connections with all members of their community. It's called community policing. This will help them make connections with a segment of the population that, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, those folks are living here in New Hampshire. The total numbers, unknown. Probably somewhere around 15,000 people. Those folks are living here, paying taxes, they are providing for their families, and in a state that is as challenged as this one in terms of public transportation, they end up, sadly, driving anyways. For my money, I would much rather have a person have a legal route to take a written exam, take a practical exam, and demonstrate several very important points, not least of which is that they can actually drive and know how to drive. And on top of that, it will also help identify who they are, where they live. Those are important considerations in our fluid society now. Finally, I just want to say that this bill will help us get to a place where the people who are here anyways can fit in better. Not doing this is not going to cause those persons to go away. They're still going to be here. Not doing this is not going to fix any problems. And I'm just going to tell the story. I've told it before, and I'm going to tell it again. When asked by my wife to her grandfather what he did for a living, he was a state senator. He said, well, I listen to people's problems and I try and fix them. Well, I think that's incumbent upon us as well. I think every one of us here can agree that the immigration system in this country is broken. It's not doing what it should do. But we have an obligation as representatives to tackle those difficult issues that are given to us to be responsible for. Driver's licensure is not a federal issue. It is a state issue. We should be tackling this, trying to make our state, our families, and other folks as well safer, because we have demonstrated that they are who they are. They live where they say they live, and they are been tested to prove that they can drive. On top of that, it will give them the opportunity to register a car and get insurance, which is also a very important piece of this as well. I think it is a disservice to folks who would not be eligible for this license to not support this bill. And I think that's, I just ask that you open your hearts and look to try and help everyone in this state in the best public safety model that we can.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. I just like the fact that this bill would make my life a little safer on the highways by having more people that are out there probably have taken a driver's test and hopefully know what they're doing. And as the last speaker said, will more than likely have insurance, which will help me if I get in an accident with them. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, driving isn't a right, it's a privilege, and it's a privilege that has to be earned. And I think we're better off having people out there on the roads who have earned the privilege to be there for safety reasons alone. I know deaths and accidents and pedestrian deaths are all up in New Hampshire, and this is another way to help make it safer. So I'm going to be opposing this.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get, we want everybody to have a license, I get that, but when you start looking at the bill and you say, okay, the state police can have the information, the sheriffs can have the information, the town police can have the information, but the immigrations can't have the information. That's in the law. They're saying they can't have the information. The other area in here too that kind of points out to me is, let me just find it for 1 second. Is that for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but the person that's applying for the license can also opt out as far as giving a social security number. So they don't have to have a social security number either. So.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So somebody stole my thunder about the privilege, but it's worth pointing out insurance is not required in New Hampshire. And I don't know if anyone has done some sort of statistical analysis of how many of these folks will go out and get the insurance because they're not required to. The safety argument. So this bill's been a frequent flyer, and I recall in past testimony hearing the lengths the folks go to because they're afraid of being pulled over. Walk-arounds on their car, making sure that all the equipment is correct and working. There was one gentleman a few years ago who even testified that he installed a mirror on a back wall of his garage so he could make sure his lights on the back of the car were working before he left. You know what I did this morning? While drinking coffee at my kitchen table, I remote started my car and eventually went outside, made sure the tires weren't flat, and I drove it 2 hours here. Who is safer? So the safety argument, I don't know how you would prove it either way, but from the past testimony we've had on these bills, they're far safer than I was today. So I don't believe the argument. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes. Okay, I'll Representative Vayu. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The part about not sharing with immigration makes sense to me because it would defeat the entire purpose of the bill. Because nobody who would be afraid of having their information reported to immigration would want to get a license. And then you defeat the entire purpose of the safety part of it. You defeat the purpose of allowing law enforcement to have a valid identification of a person that they can look up in their system if they're looking for somebody or trying to identify them on the side of the road. They'd be afraid of stopping at an accident still because they would be afraid that their immigration status would be questioned during the stop. So it doesn't add anything to safety to have this information shared with immigration, because then it would deter people that were trying to get licenses from getting licenses. So that's what I have.
Thank you, sir. Representative Sykes.
Yeah, I know that one of the things I forgot to mention, specifically talking about data from Connecticut. Connecticut, by the way, is one of the many states that have passed a similar bill. Connecticut has, Massachusetts has, Rhode Island has, Vermont has, New York has. See a pattern here, folks?
Yeah.
Okay, so good or bad, huh? More importantly, though, in Connecticut, when they passed a similar bill like this, the next year their data for hit and run motor vehicle crashes went down significantly. And the belief was that it's because undocumented persons who now had driver's licenses were staying instead of fleeing. Isn't that a good thing?
Anybody else? I just want to add this. I guess, because I've seen this bill 3 times now, I think, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I think it's backwards. Now, I know we just retained House Bill 650, which is trying to remove the privilege of driving, the suspension of your license for not paying other fines and committing other crimes. But right now, currently in statute, you can have your license taken away for a myriad of things. And there's even a bill going through the Senate right now that's going to include paying your fish and game rescue fees as another reason you can lose your license. So our current laws across the book say that the privilege of driving is fair game if you break our laws. Now, at our public hearings over and over and over, I keep hearing some people saying that, well, they possibly broke a law to get here. They're currently breaking the law right now because they're driving anyway, in spite of the fact that they're not supposed to. If they don't have a social security number, I have to assume that they're working illegally. So I don't know how you can say, you can look at one set of it and say, we're going to take your privilege, but for these particular laws, we're going to give you that privilege. Makes no sense to me. I'll be supporting the ITL. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Staub,
No.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Say 11 to 9.
Okay. All right, our committee recommendation of ITL is adopted 11-9. So it'll close the executive session on House Bill 374. Few minutes to reset, House Bill 375. Okay, We're going to open up the executive session on House Bill 375 relative to the licensure of non-resident aliens temporarily residing in New Hampshire. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to ITL HB 375.
Motion's inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hill. Would you care to speak to your motion, sir?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 375, in testimony, we had some information shared about a asylum seeker who was having some difficulties in regards to getting a license. And although I can sympathize with that story that was provided to us in testimony, one of the things that still trouble me is that right now, putting down asylum status tends to be kind of the default statement. Anybody who's coming in over the border. I would agree that there are some who are definitely looking to get asylum, who are legitimate, but we have far too many who fall in that category of falling into asylum seekers. And with that and with the current immigration status at the border, I just cannot support this particular bill, and that's why I am voting for ITL.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as I explained in the public hearing, that there are folks who are legitimately seeking to enter the United States. They get here legally. They apply for asylum status. They, again, legally. They are told that if they live in New Hampshire, they must get a driver's license after 60 days. And then in the very next breath, they're told that they can't because they do not fulfill all the requirements. One of which is to have either a work permit. Now, hearings for legitimate asylum seekers are years in the waiting. The good news is that even the federal government recognizes there's a problem there. So how does one who is here legitimately, how does one provide for their family? Well, the feds say, well, after 365 days, if you have not had your hearing for asylum, then we will give you a work permit. And then once you are in possession of that work permit, you can go back to the DMV and take the test, both the written and the practical exam, and get your driver's license. This bill is nothing more than trying to close the gap between when a person arrives, when they're told they must get a driver's license, and when they can actually get a driver's license. I hear folks complaining about all those, quote unquote, all those people who are coming into the United States and it's just a matter of form, they apply for asylum. Well, I don't know where that data came from, but I worry that we are punishing people who are trying to, in many cases, save their lives, save the lives of their family. We get up and we have moments of silence for people who are coming here to the United States from places like Ukraine and other countries where there's absolutely devastating conditions going on, and those folks are legitimately applying for asylum, and yet they cannot obtain one of the more necessary items here in this state because of the lack of public transportation. I'm just going to say it again, and I know some may feel that I'm being a broken record, but this is the right thing to do. And it's something that we ought to do, and we're trying to get the language perfect as we can. So I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill so that we can help the people who have come here under very difficult circumstances and who are trying to improve their lives.
I agree with you, Representative Sykes. I think we are punishing, well, not us, but I think the federal government's ignoring of the federal immigration laws is punishing a lot of legitimate asylees. But the statistics you seek in terms of the percentages of people that are just claiming asylum because they're seeking a better life, not fleeing from religious persecution or wars, etc., is out there, and I will provide it to you. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comment is, and I've done the research and I have come up blank. If anyone could enlighten me, any country in the world that would allow something similar, if I was to cross their border and seek asylum, that I would be able to have driving privileges, I'd very much like to know where that is.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sellers.
So again, I'm going back to the written part of this where they're asking for, it says, who has filed a complete application for asylum. I haven't seen a complete application. I don't even know what's on there, for one. So that would make it very hard for me to make a decision like that. And of course, that's with the United States citizenship and the Immigration Service. So one moment we want to use the Immigration Service, the next one we don't want to let them know anything. And also on this, it says written acknowledgement of receipt. Well, what is a written acknowledgement? Is that me just say, yeah, okay, you got a receipt? I mean, it doesn't, there's not enough in here. And then the third part of this, it's only good for 180 days. And I thought there was a further gap. I thought they said there could be 7 or 8 month gap here. So it might not cover everything, even as it's written.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Coker.
If I share Representative Sellers' concerns about the question I have in the language, and that's when it actually with the testimony for the real ID it got brought up with the DMV. You know, the question I have is that just the filled out application and the receipt that it has, it's kind of like, okay, so they fill an application and they just get the receipt, but it seems like there's different phases. So I don't know if I would vote to ITL it, but yeah, I'd rather retain it. But that's just I'd like to get that answered if anybody knows off the top of their head.
Anybody? I don't have the answer for you either. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready. The motion is ITL on House Bill 375.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
No.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Stout,
No.
Chairman Wald.
Yes.
10 to 10.
Okay, so 10-10, the motion of ITL fails. Chair recognizes Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion of ought to pass.
Second.
It was moved to ought to pass. Who seconded that? Representative Jones. Any further discussion? Did you?
Yeah, I'll just briefly.
I'm letting her catch up. Okay, Representative Sykes, would you care to speak to your motion?
I would, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would just point out that many other states, including some that would surprise you, for example, Texas, allows asylum seekers to get a driver's license. We do not prohibit asylum seekers from getting a driver's license here in New Hampshire. We, in fact, allow it. It's just a question of when. And so this is really just a technical fix to close that gap. And I would urge the committee members to vote in favor of ought to pass.
In simple terms for me, the process of seeking asylum, it is a process. And what this bill seeks to do is to give a privilege from the state of New Hampshire for its driving privileges before that process is complete. Again, cart before the horse, in my opinion. I'll be supporting the, no, I'll be opposed to the ought to pass. No. So, I'll ask the chair to call the roll, the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion we're acting on right now is ought to pass.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
No.
Representative Smith,
No.
clerk votes no. Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Dumas. No. Representative Barry,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
No.
Representative C,
No.
Representative Sellers,
No.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Rombo,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Holland,
Yes.
Representative Stout,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh,
No.
10-10.
Okay.
A surprise.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Would it be possible to make a motion now to retain the bill?
Yeah, that's in order. That is in order.
I'd like to make a motion to retain the bill.
Representative St. Clair moves retain on House Bill 375. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Seconded by Representative Smith. Would you care to speak to your motion?
I didn't realize I'd have to do that. I think, we've had two votes, 10-10, and I think this bill, we can maybe work on it just a little bit more and bring it up again.
Anybody else from the committee? Oop, Representative Smith.
So I have a lot of questions for such a small, short bill. So, for example, the written acknowledgement of receipt. So I just looked up on Asylum Seeker Advocacy Project. You can apply online and get this digital thing. Is this that? Does it indicate that your application is complete? Because the bill says it has to be, and I'm not sure that the receipt provides that. So I don't know. Retain is an opportunity to get answers to all the information missing from the bill.
Anybody else? Being none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is to retain House Bill 375.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Sure. Yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox. No. Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Holland,
No.
Representative Stout,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Thirteen,
12-8.
13-7. Yep.
All right, the committee vote of 13-7, to retain House Bill 375. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 375.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure, which state your motion?
Reconsider House Bill 646.
There's a motion to reconsider House Bill 646. It is in order and it is allowed. I still have possession. No reports have been sent in. For everybody that's backtracking, this is eliminating the vehicle inspection mandate for non-commercial vehicles. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
That's seconded by Representative St. Clair. Yeah. Before we go into discussion or the vote, I'm going to recess our executive session till 3:15. Is that enough time for you?
Probably not. 3:20?
3:20. So I'm going to recess the executive session on House Bill 646 until 3:20.
So they stay in here, or are we gonna?
This is our room, so we can stay in
Tom,
here.
you staying in here?
Yeah, we get everybody in here too, so. Oh, you want to stay in here?
No,
Okay,
not particularly. I'm just checking with what you want to do.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go have a smoke.
Where is 6%?
646. That's the inspection bill.
From last time?
Yeah, we still have it. Oop.
like mundane. That's why I like this committee.
Yeah.
Mike's on.
Okay, I'm going to reopen the executive session on House Bill 646 FN. Where we stand now, there's a motion to reconsider on the floor. It has been seconded. Did you care to speak to your motion on the reconsideration?
So I just think out of all the issues that I hear back from the constituents, and it maybe I've just got a weird district, but people are unhappy with inspections. You know, and I get that we need them. I believe we need them for safety purposes, but the system, I mean, since I moved up here from Florida about 10 years ago, and when I got to New Hampshire, the live free or die state, I was kind of shocked that we had to do yearly inspections. And not only that, but you know, it's a broken system. There's all kinds of, you know, I mean, just there's so many stories about going to one shop and getting, you know, one story, going to another shop and getting a different story. I mean, it needs to be fixed. And I think by keeping this bill alive and retaining it afterwards, it's gonna give us some time to look and see if we can actually do something for it.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to vote against reconsideration. And the reason for that is because the strength of the work that we do and the public nature of our work, where we publicly notice bills that we're going to vote on and how we're going to hear testimony on, is never a surprise to anybody. I think we voted one way and now we're going to vote again. How many times are we going to be voting on bills again and again and again, negating the possibility for those important stakeholders to be present for the arguments, the discussions, and so on, where they can participate. Whereas if today they won't have that option. So I will vote against reconsideration. That does not mean that I won't take under advisement any subsequent motions. I certainly will. But for the moment, I'm opposed to reconsideration.
Well, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those stakeholders already participated during the public hearing, and we're in executive session now, as we were the last time we voted on the bill, and they do not get to participate in executive sessions. That's where we debate amongst ourselves. So I'd reject that argument. If the bill does go to retain, there will be work sessions, and all those stakeholders can participate. And that's actually my hope, because you're not in a weird district. As a matter of fact, after I chaired this committee for 4 years, I became like DMV guy, yay, and got complaints from all over the state. The system is broken. One of the largest problems that I would hope the committee could address, because it's our fault, is we passed the law and then put a 541A clause that says the department can create rules. And like, that's the end of our involvement. We already had one incident with rust failures. So you shouldn't have to have a pretty car in order to pass an inspection. And this committee recognized that, so instead we took the rust qualifications and put them in the statute so that it was no longer open to interpretation by the department or rules or anything. Unfortunately, we believe a lot of stations, even though that was years ago, still don't have that information. So technically, when they fail the car for rust that's cosmetic, they're violating the law, but they're following the rules. I'd like an opportunity to work on that problem and figure out how this committee, which has jurisdiction over this issue, gets control of the process again so that we have an answer for our constituents when they come to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? And I'll just add this too, Representative Sykes. I mean, parliamentary speaking, we still have possession of this bill as a committee. So reconsideration vote is appropriate because people do change their mind while we still have possession of it. I'm one of them. I voted for the ITL 2 weeks ago or last week, whenever it was. And it dawned on me after the fact, I've been defending this program for 10 years, taking my lumps in the process, but also aware that it's been broken for years. And it's nobody's fault that these things don't get addressed. It's a large problem. It needs to be looked at as such. And with an ITL, I know it's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. By retaining it, which I hope is a subsequent motion, we can really, really look at this thing and try to resolve some of the issues that our citizens have with this program. If we can't, it'll be the last time I defend it, but right now this is a legitimate effort to get into the weeds. So I'll be supporting the motion to reconsider, and then we'll go from there. Anybody else from the committee?
If we retain this, then would it end up on the calendar as a working session on bill number something or other, or how would that show up?
So what happens? First, we have to adopt or pass reconsideration in the committee. Once reconsideration, if it passes, then the motion on the floor here will be the ITL that we voted on last week. If we want to move any further with a retain option, then the ITL will have to be voted down. If the ITL is voted down, then a subsequent motion of retain can be made. So if we get to retain, there will be nothing in the calendar on it. And then it'll be just, once we get through our House business in May or June, or whenever the speaker allows to start working on retained bills, that's when we can do so. With no other questions, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is on reconsideration of House Bill 646 FN.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
For the clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Dumas,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Rich, Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Rombo,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Staub,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may.
Yeah.
Does a reconsideration motion on the floor of the House has to be made by the prevailing side? Does that rule apply here too in committee? I don't know. That's why I'm
I
asking.
do not believe so.
Okay.
But I believe in this case it was. And just to be covered.
I'm trying to learn too.
Yeah.
Who made the motion to reconsider and seconded?
Representative Coker.
And who seconded it? I don't
He
remember.
was not on the prevailing side. He voted with,
He voted for the, oh, that's true. Well, no.
yeah. he
Let me
was
double
not
check
on-
with Steve.
He
I
was,
had a conversation with the clerk. I don't believe in committee it has to be a member from the prevailing side, but I can double check with Steve if you
yeah,
want.
Who
just
sec-
for Tom, for
It doesn't have to be a member of the prevailing side of the committee. In committee, it does not, any member.
Who seconded it?
Anybody can in
Yeah,
committee.
I
St. Clair.
was
We're working on it.
I was even going to suggest it could be for subsequent.
12 to
I wasn't
8.
going to change anything about this. All right. That's part one.
Okay, so the motion of reconsideration is adopted 12 to 8. So that brings us to the current motion of ITL. So as I mentioned before, the motion on the floor is ITL. We have to vote on this one more time. If you want to move to any other motion, you will vote no against the ITL. If you want to leave the ITL, obviously, you're going to vote yes. Any other discussion from the floor? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
No.
Vice Chair, excuse me. Representative Smith.
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Hill.
No.
Representative Dumas. No. Representative Barry.
No.
Representative Ankerberg.
No.
Representative C.
No.
Representative Sellers.
No.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Rich. Representative Sinclair.
No.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Rombo.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
No.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
No. Just confusing myself here. Just want to be careful. All right, so, okay, so the motion of ITL on 646 fails, 8 to 12. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion
Go ahead.
to retain 646.
Retain on 646 has been moved. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Representative Hill. Any other discussion from anybody on the committee? None needed. I think we beat it up, but if you want to. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready on retain House Bill 646.
Vice Chairman Vorsky.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Dumas. Yes. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Rich. Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Rombo.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
20 to 0.
Okay, so 646 is retained. And again, as I mentioned before, as soon as we're allowed to start working on this, I'll start scheduling some work sessions on the side. Anybody that wants to start working on it, it doesn't stop you from doing that anytime. So I'll close the executive session on House Bill 646. And that's everything I had on the schedule for today. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody that signed the card. It was very nice. It has been a rough couple of weeks. I truly do thank you for that. That does mean a lot. Committee reports. I'm going to be looking for committee reports before we leave the building. I do have copies if you want to do them on paper, or as you hopefully still have the electronic form that was sent to everybody last week. I have 374. 375 was retained, right?
Yep.
Do you have enough, sorry, Michael.
Sellers, he's good. So I think we're all good with the majority reports. Are there any minority reports coming?
will be. I just gotta figure that out.
Okay, just email them to me. Okay,
All right, I can.
yeah. If you can get them to me tonight, I'd like to submit them tonight, so, because there's a chance some of them get on the calendar if they've got them tonight. Maybe. Hopefully, they don't.
So I
but
have two.
Representative
Two
C.
bills on the- We have one bill.
Do you have a question, Representative?
Yes, we have House session on next Tuesday, so will we be trying to get anything done around the schedule of that?
I don't think so. So I'll look at it. We had a couple hours in the morning if we needed to for any early bills, but seeing as how we've accomplished that today, we don't need that day. I'm leaning towards no for the 14th, only because of session. The question then would be, do you want the following week? Is that school break?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. School break is the 27th week.
Okay, so then
So-
plan on meeting back here on the 21st.
21st, okay, because we're in
Yeah.
session the 23rd, we think, and maybe the 22nd, right? But we could be here on the 21st?
Yeah.
Okay,
We're in pretty good shape. We've only got 4 more bills to hear.
okay.
So I'm thinking, well, I won't be too optimistic about one more committee day, but it's possible.
But maybe,
So 4 more hearings. Well, they're going to be some long hearings. So I think we're going to need 2 more days. But again, for our the other bills, we don't have to report out till March 16th, so we have plenty of time.
thank you.
Mr.
Appreciate it.
Chair?
Yep.
So on the calendar, it says that if on the 14th, our committees could meet in the afternoon after everything's done over at the big hall. Is that not a possibility for us?
It is, but do you want to? I'll
Well, I'm down here,
Well,
so it doesn't matter to me.
Well, that's a
you
good
know.
point. Hold on one second. I thought I read the count.
Yes, it is.
We are going to do House business, do the budget address. If that's over, we're going to go back into doing bills if we have any.
If we have any.
It's nice to have the deputy speaker here.
Yes, it is.
Better off not scheduling anything on the 14th.
No, you can't really unless the designated time was at the end of session, because we don't know when that'll be.
Okay, thank you.
21st it is. Any other questions? All right, thank you again, everybody, and I'll be here waiting patiently for some reports.
So I'll do the two.